Testing mic number 1. Testing mic number 1. Testing mic number 4. Testing mic number 5. Mic number 6. Mic number 7. Testing mic number 8. Testing mic number 10. Mic number 11. Mic number 14. Testing mic number 12. Staff mic. Staff mic 2. Testing podium mic. Clerk's mic. Wireless mic 2. Mic number one.
Yep, I am, and everybody's here.
Good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to call to order the Board of Supervisors meeting for Monterey County on Tuesday, October 11th, 2022. Can we please have a roll call?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Phillips, and Root Askew appearing in person, and Supervisors Alejo and Lopez appearing via video conference.
Thank you. Are there any additions and corrections for closed session this morning?
There are no additions or corrections for closed session.
Thank you. Then we will have closed sessions items 1A through E. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on the closed session items today?
I see no hands raised.
Thank you. Seeing none, we will recess the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting into closed session, and we will convene the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Phillips, and Root Askew appearing in person, and Supervisors Alejo and Lopez appearing via video conference.
Thank you. Are there any additions and corrections for closed session for this agenda?
There are no additions and corrections for the Water Resources Agency.
Thank you very much. Then we will have closed sessions items number 1A through V. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on this agenda today?
I see no hands raised.
Thank you, and no one coming forward. So we will recess the Monterey County Board of Supervisors for the Water Resources Agency into closed session, and we will reconvene at 10:30 this morning. Thank you.
Testing mic 5.
Clear.
Testing mic 6. Testing mic 7.
Clerk's mic.
Mic number 8. Mic number 10. Mic number 11.
Wireless mic 1.
Mic number 12.
Dieguito's mic.
Staff mic 1.
Podium mic.
Staff mic 2.
Okay, good morning, everyone. It is my honor to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, October 11th, 2022. Could we please have a roll call?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams and Phillips, Root, Askew, and Lopez appearing via in person, and Supervisor Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you. And now if we could please have the announcement from our Spanish interpreter.
Muy buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Diego Celis. Seré su intérprete de español-inglés, inglés-español para el día de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Silas. And now we're going to go to the part of our agenda that is very enjoyable to me. We have started a practice of inviting people to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And today, Derek Elder is going to be leading us. Derek is a registered clinician social worker with a bachelor's degree in sociology from UC Santa Cruz, and master's of social work from Simmons College. He works as the family and community support practitioner and manager for the City of Seaside's Family and Community Support Program. The primary functions of the program include mobile crisis response, working in collaboration with first responders, specifically Seaside Police, to offer alternative, compassionate support and care to individuals they encounter from a service perspective. His work focuses on providing direct mental health services, substance abuse counseling, and clinical case management, which is very timely because that yesterday was World Mental Health Day. Equally important to Derek is the need to engage advocacy work within institutions, organizations, and at the county level. He advocates for increased equity in policy and funding changes that will promote safety, and he advocates for increased health and wellness for society's disenfranchised populations. Thank you, Derek. And if you could please come forward to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you very much for being with us today.
Thank you. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much for being with us today, Derek. And now I will see if there are any additions or corrections to the agenda today.
There is a revision to item number 12 under ceremonial resolutions for Indigenous Peoples Day 2022. And the resolution should read, adopt a resolution declaring every October 12th rather than October 11th. The next is a revision to item number 19 under the 1:30 p.m. scheduled matters. And a RADA memorandum has been received clarifying staff's recommendation on the project. And lastly, there's a removal of an adjournment in memory of Alice Jordan per request of District 4 Supervisor Askew.
Thank you very much. Our next item is ceremonial resolutions. And do we ever have a boatload? Lucky us that there are so many people in our community who deserve to be recognized. And I'm very thankful that we can do that here at the Board of Supervisors. We have a number of them that we're going to be presenting in person and others that we will be having be presented at other places. But before we do so, I would like to see if there's any member of the public who wishes to comment on the resolutions. Seeing no one coming forward, is there any member of the board with any questions or comments before we move to a motion? Seeing none, could I have a motion, please, to approve the ceremonial resolutions today?
So moved. Second.
Thank you. So we have Lopez and Phillips. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Okay, thank you. And so now we're going to have a great big party. And we'll start with the resolutions as they go down. We have a number of them that are going to be presented in person, and the first one will be presented in person by Supervisor Root Askew. And that is to adopt a resolution proclaiming October as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in the County of Monterey. Supervisor Askew.
Oh my gosh, we're in order. We've got a stack here today. All right.
Turn her around, Wendy.
Do we have, can we bring Susan up on this? Oh, hi, I'm on Zoom. Hi, okay.
Susan is there though.
Well, we have Paulo Soria with us, one of the directors of the Breast Cancer Assistance Group in Monterey County. And I believe we also have some folks on Zoom with us. So thank you all for joining us. And I have a resolution here today recognizing, proclaiming October as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in Monterey County. What we know is that breast cancer remains the second most common form of cancer overall and the second cause of cancer death among American women, according to the American Cancer Society. Although rare, men can also be diagnosed with breast cancer. The Breast Cancer Foundation says that 1 in 8 women in the United States will develop breast cancer in her lifetime, with an estimated 42,170 women in the United States losing their lives every year from breast cancer. There are currently more than 3.5 million breast cancer survivors in the United States, including women still being treated and those who have completed treatment. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention recommend the best way to detect breast cancer is with mammograms every 2 years from age 50 to 74 years old. Therefore, be it proclaimed that Monterey County is appreciative of the work and services the Breast Cancer Assistance Group of Monterey County provides to residents as they navigate their breast cancer journey. And Monterey County is committed to prioritizing the social, emotional well-being, health, and wellness for all of our residents by designating the month of October Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Thank you for the work that you do. I have friends who have benefited personally from the support and care that the Breast Cancer Assistance Group has provided. You raise funds, you provide emotional support, and we are honored to present you with this resolution today. Would you like to make any comments?
So much. It's very heartfelt as a survivor myself. So thank you so much for recognizing us.
Wonderful. It's our honor. Let's take a photograph. That looks wonderful.
Thank you very much, Wendy. And now it's my honor to be able to present a series of resolutions honored, presented by the Nonprofit Alliance of Monterey County, which pleases me very much because I was a long time ago very active in the institution of the Alliance. At any rate, the first honor that we're going to be providing is to the 2022 Unsung Hero Award recipient for achievement. And this goes to Anjanette Love. She's a case manager, navigator, and a treasured team member of Gathering for Women, a nonprofit providing homeless women on the Monterey Peninsula supportive services and a caring community. Anjanette trained new staff members and volunteers, mentored younger colleagues, and put in countless hours with dedication and focus, while always demonstrating grace under pressure, becoming a tremendous source of inspiration for everyone at Gathering for Women and throughout the community. So on behalf of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, we thank you, Anjanette, for your service to the community, and congratulations on the award as achievement of as an unsung hero. I see we have someone coming to pick it up for Anjanette.
I'm accepting on Anjanette's behalf, and she can't be with us here today, but thank you so much, Supervisor. This is very, very welcome. And
Look, we rarely have a stack like this. This is a pretty big deal. So our second resolution is going to be presented again. This is the nonprofit from the Nonprofit Alliance of Monterey Counties. This time it is the 2022 Perry G. Flicker Leadership Award. And this leadership award is going to Dr. Edgar Castellanos and Esther Castellanos. They are dedicated medical professionals working tirelessly and humbly to help people understand the disease of addiction and to manage their health and recovery. They're being honored by the Nonprofit Alliance of Monterey County as the recipients of the Flicker Award because they have been pioneers in the field of drug treatment in Monterey County for 35 years. They partner with local nonprofits to address endemic and epidemic substance abuse. So on behalf of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, we're very pleased to present this award to you as for the Perry G. Flicker Leadership Award.
We're really honored to receive this recognition. I would be remiss to not acknowledge the several organizations that we've worked with that you are probably familiar with. Community Human Services, Sun Street Centers, Door to Hope, and Valley Health Associates. We've worked with other agencies too, but we're very honored and blessed to participate with all the counselors and participate with all the people who need help. And we we've been more blessed than you can imagine. Thank you so much
Thank
on behalf of Esther and myself.
Now, our next award is the Nonprofit Alliance of Monterey County's 2022 Unsung Hero Award for Leadership. And this I'm happy to present to Rachel Saunders. Rachel has served at Big Sur Land Trust for 15 years, most recently as Director of Conservation, overseeing the land acquisitions program and managing large multi-benefit green infrastructure projects. Rachel Saunders has spearheaded Big Sur Land Trust's involvement with multi-stakeholder projects and plays a major role in facilitating Big Sur Land Trust's relationships with the Estlin Tribe of Monterey County and the Ohlone Costanoan Estlin Nation, providing support on conservation projects when requested. Rachel's success as a leading Monterey County conservationist stems from her wealth of experience, her deep connection with people, and her commitment to the principles of diversity, equity, inclusion, and access. On behalf of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, we hereby recognize and congratulate Rachel Saunders for extraordinary leadership in Monterey County and express our sincere thanks and appreciation for your inspiring dedication to improving the health and well-being of all people in our county and for the leadership skills that you embrace and share with all of us. Thank you.
I just want to thank you, Supervisor Adams, and your fellow supervisors here for this honor, and the Nonprofit Alliance of Monterey County and the Big Sur Land Trust. It takes a village to do this work. There are so many leaders in this room, and so I'm just honored for this award. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rachel. It's so well deserved. Now, if my colleague, Ms. Ruth Askew, would like to return, it's her turn.
Next up, we have a resolution for Tanya Costa, who's a lead for All In Monterey County. Do we have Tanya online? Thought she was going to be here in person, but well, in her absence, I'm going to sing some praises. Tanya Costa is a co-founder of All In Monterey County and serves as a volunteer administrator for All In, which is a grassroots organization run entirely by volunteers and donations, serving community members in need across our county. Tanya Costa has been honored by the Nonprofit Alliance of Monterey County as the 2022 Unsung Hero Award recipient for innovation. Tanya collaborates with so many local organizations. And if you haven't had the opportunity to work with and meet Tanya, I'm sure the time will come because she's literally everywhere. Tanya leads a team that organizes 2 food pantries, free of charge clothing and household goods store, a fresh food drive-through, a grocery delivery service, plus support for formula diapers, homeless services, emergency services, domestic violence, as well as COVID clinic and COVID test support. Tanya and her team orchestrate an annual holiday cheer program that helps cover 500 families with food, gifts, and comfort, and love from their neighbors, which we know is significant. Tanya and her team demonstrate the power that deep care for community and care from the heart to create, inspire innovative solutions for our greatest challenges. It's an absolute honor. Tanya, I would consider her a friend, but also one of the most caring leaders in our community. And it is my honor, Tanya, wherever you are today, to present you with this resolution on behalf of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. So thank you. And I'll pass it over to Paulette. Thank you. Thank you, Paulette. I'll pass the hug along. All right. Thank you. All right. Pass it back to you.
So now we're going to have a change of focus, and I'm going to ask Eric Lundquist, if he could please come up as we present a resolution commending Frida Escobar, Housing and Community Development Services Manager, upon her retirement from more than 30 years of dedicated public service with the County of Monterey. Oh, okay. I'm getting nervous. There you go.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. Eric Lundquist, Housing and Community Development Director. I've only worked with Frida Escobar for a short period of time in her 30-year tenure with the County of Monterey in a couple different departments, and Housing and Community Development had a few names as well. But in the short period of time that I got to work with Frida Escobar, she really grew as a friend. She's been instrumental in innovation within the department. She brought a lot of great services to the permit center. As you know, with RMA, it was over 280 staff at one particular point. We've actually gone down to 103 that now it was a little more manageable, and Frida's been instrumental in that work throughout the years with RMA and Housing and Community Development Department. I would like to introduce Liz Gonzalez, who's probably been with Frida for much of the time, so she can share a few words. And we have some other staff here in support of Frida today that I know are very appreciative of her efforts as well. So Liz and Frida, maybe if you want to come up as well too.
Good morning. There's lots to say about Frida, but I think I didn't bring my glasses. So I think I'll just read the resolution because it encapsulates everything that Frida has done for the county and what she's done for us. Whereas in February 1992, Frida Escobar joined the County of Monterey Department of Social Services, where she gave over 20 years of providing protection services to vulnerable children and adults in ways that stronghold families and encourage independence. And whereas in January 2013, Frida Escobar joined the County of Monterey Resources Management Agency as a Management Analyst 3 and quickly proved adept at providing administrative functions to the director of the RMA and successfully developed and setting principles under the guidance of the RMA director. And whereas 1 year later in 2014, Frida Escobar was promoted to RMA Services Manager, Permit Center Manager, now Housing and Community Development, and assisted with efforts towards the development and implementation of a one-stop permit center for the County of Monterey, significantly reducing customer wait times by 80%. Including an online permit payment option and electronic permit submittal system. And whereas Frida Escobar, as an innovative leader, embraced new approaches to resolve challenges, achieving many accomplishments, including serving as a key incident responder during the 2020 River Carmel and Dolan fires, working with California Office of Emergency Services and FEMA during and following these emergency situations, and expeditiously commenced rebuilding efforts in collaboration with key internal and external agencies by expeditiously preparing a fire recovery guidelines resolution for approval by the Board of Supervisors. And whereas Frida Escobar selflessly dedicated her time to mentoring county staff and sharing her knowledge, including developing specific work improvements tools for her unit supervisors. She was as equally giving when promoting RMA functions and served with the planning section chief for the Monterey County Emergency Operations Center in response to the 2020 COVID-19 pandemic. Her goal has always been to leave a position a little better than how she found it. Whereas Frida Escobar's role as permit center manager implemented the special events program, coordinating a monthly special events task force developing relationships with the regulatory agencies, public, press, colleagues, and the residents of Monterey County. In fact, the county was honored with the 2021 California State Association of Counties Challenge Award for implementing an interactive website specifically for Monterey County Car Week. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of the county and all the residents thereof, and the permit center, hereby acknowledges, commends, and offers sincere thanks to the HCD Services Manager Permit Center, Frida Escobar, for her over 30 years of dedicated and distinguished service to the County of Monterey, and congratulates her upon her retirement, wishing her the success, good health, and happiness in all future endeavors. Congratulations.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you, Eric. Though our time together was not very long, I appreciate the support. And Mary, thank you. To the board, I am an example of grow your own. 30 years ago, I started my journey here with the county, and here I am today. So I wish HCD much success, and especially the permit center, the staff. I was honored to be your manager, and I wish you all success. And to my mom, who couldn't be here today, but is watching, I wouldn't be here today without her. So love you, Mom. Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I jump in on this one? You can take the photos if that's okay while I speak, but it's not often that I want to vote against a ceremonial resolution, Frida. This was one of those times. I didn't want you to go. I can't tell you how many times. I know Eric's only been here a short while, but even his predecessor, I repeated myself asking for 10 or 15 more Fridas. It's what we need. And the way that you help bring solutions to customers, to residents, to constituents. Every time I sent somebody your way, they came back with a glowing review. And I can't say thank you enough, because having one of those districts like Mary's, where we have so many people with housing needs and demands and permits, they always felt cared for. And so I just want to share with everyone else in the department, this is a role model. This is what we need more of. So thank you for everything you've given to the residents of Monterey County, Frida. It means the world.
Okay, so I've kept Eric here because this time we are adopting a resolution proclaiming October as National Community Planning Month in our county. We're proclaiming this month, Planning Month, because community planning provides an opportunity for all residents to be meaningfully involved in making choices that determine the future of their communities. So the American Planning Association endorses this resolution. The celebration of the month gives us an opportunity to publicly recognize the participation and dedication of the members of planning commissions, other citizen planners who have contributed their time and expertise in the improvement of the county, and specifically how planners are able to lead communities to equitable, resilient, and long-lasting recoveries. So on behalf of Monterey County Board of Supervisors, we recognize the many valuable contributions made by professional community and regional planners to extend our heartfelt thanks for the continued commitment to public service by these professionals, which includes you.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. I do accept this proclamation on behalf of all of the planners within the county, but I also accept it on behalf of all of our volunteers. We have a lot of volunteers that serve on the Planning Commission. We have 10 of them. We have a lot of volunteers that serve on various committees that participate in various planning efforts throughout the county. And we actually have the full board that is here today, either in person or on Zoom, that participates in a variety of planning activities. So I appreciate the proclamation today. We all participate in planning our housing, our communities, our parks, our places where we conduct business. So I appreciate it and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, and so the party continues. And now we are going to adopt a resolution honoring Paul Jocelyn for his 30 years of dedicated public service in Monterey County. And this is going to be presented by our Ag Commissioner, Mr. Henry Gonzalez.
Thank you, Chair Adams. I hate to read the people, but I'm going to do it in this case. And this is on behalf of the board. This is the board's resolution recognizing Paul. And I think I'll interject a few comments throughout. But Paul, whereas Paul Jocelyn began his career with the County of Monterey Agricultural Commissioner's Office as an agricultural inspector biologist 2 in January 1992, and quickly promoted to the position of agricultural inspector biologist 3 in 1993. I'll interject that the fact that Paul started as an agricultural inspector biologist 2 is because he came with licenses as an agricultural inspector biologist, which we don't usually get candidates coming in with licenses. So to his credit, he came in with licenses, and that's why he was hired at the agricultural inspector biologist 2 level. The fact that he became agricultural inspector biologist 3 a year and a half later is really a tribute to his completing all of the licensing exams. And in the resolution, it does list all of the exams. I will mention that Paul obtained all of his licenses as an agricultural inspector biologist, all 5 of his licenses. He later worked, tested, and received his licenses as he didn't become a weights and measures inspector, but he did get his licenses in weight verification, and the other one was in transactions and product verifications. He also received his deputy ag commissioner's license later on in his career, and he also became an accredited, certified official, able to certify shipments for export. And that was really one of Paul's, I think, his specialties, although as a 30-year experienced agricultural inspector biologist, he could perform all of the inspections of the career series, and he did at one time or another, but I believe his specialty was in export certification. I have to say that somebody like Paul, who served for 30 years as agricultural inspector biologist, this is the backbone of the Department of the Ag Commissioner. All of us serve, myself included, we serve the inspectors like Paul. We make sure that they have everything they need to perform their job successfully, and they do. And really, someone like Paul, who spent 30 years with the department, this is an example of what we really need, at least in the department, if not throughout the county, someone who becomes so expert at what they do that it becomes seemingly really easy, but it took 30 years to get there, to get that level of proficiency. Paul, I know Paul from many years ago when we both worked together as inspectors, and we formed a basketball team for the department, and we were the glassy wing sharpshooters. We weren't that good, but we had a lot of fun. And by the way, Paul, I still have my jerseys. But Paul was really set an example for our newer inspectors in his professionalism, his customer service, and just his stick-to-itness after all these years. And so Paul, you beat me at retirement, so congratulations.
Thank you for this award. A resolution.
Okay, and there she is. She's back.
All right. Thank you, Mary. Okay, next up, we have a resolution proclaiming October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in Monterey County. And it is my honor to welcome Derek Elder from the city of Seaside to join me to receive this resolution. Supervisor Adams did a great bio for Derek earlier this morning, and thank you for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning. But I would like to, on a more somber note, speak to why we're proclaiming October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in the County of Monterey. Whereas inmate partner violence affects people of all ages, as well as all racial, ethnic, gender, economic, and religious backgrounds. Whereas women are disproportionately victims of domestic violence, as in 1 in 4 women and 1 in 7 men ages 18 and older will experience domestic violence at some point in their life. Whereas COVID-19 restrictions had some hospitals see a near doubling of the proportion of domestic abuse cases that resulted in physical injury in comparison with previous years. And whereas 99% of abusive relationships include financial abuse, causing the survivors to stay or return to the abusive relationship. Whereas there is a need for primary schools, secondary schools, and post-secondary schools to educate students about the issues of domestic violence, sexual assault, dating violence, and stalking. And whereas a recently released multi-state study shows that the nation's domestic violence shelters are addressing victims' urgent and long-term needs and are helping victims provide for themselves and protect themselves and their children. And whereas domestic violence advocates are providing life-saving essential services, it is fitting to designate the month of October as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month to acknowledge the victims of domestic violence in Monterey County and to support the service providers who are working so hard to support these residents in need. With that, I will pass the microphone over to you, Derek. I know that you're working hard in the city of Seaside, but as a representative of all of those service providers who are there when people have great need and have the courage to ask for help, it's so important that we're available and responsive when they're ready and able to ask for that help. So I'll pass the final comment.
Thank you, Supervisor Ruth Askew. Thank you to the Board of Supervisors as well, just for this acknowledgement. I really do have to say this is about acknowledgement and not an acknowledgement necessarily of the City of Seaside's Family and Community Support Program, but more of this issue that is impacting our nation. It is growing exponentially, and it is something that we do need to, put our full force and efforts in, not just, I believe, from a professional or provider role. I don't believe this work is only done by the professionals. This work is done by, our neighbors, our friends, our family members. We need to support and love and care for each other. And we're just a part of that, village or that, larger kind of community that cares so much, and just wants to be here for those in need. So thank you so much for this acknowledgement, this honor. And we just at the City of Seaside appreciate that we get to be a part of, helping those in need. Thank you. Sorry. I'm gonna, okay, I got the mic right. I have the mic. Actually, I wanted to plug two events that will be happening within the city of Seaside in recognition actually of Domestic Violence Awareness Month. So on Wednesday, October 19th, the YWCA will kind of be taking the lead on this and joining with the city in their Week Without Violence. Come walk with us, as they say. And it is a walk. It will be taking place Wednesday, October 19th, 4 to 6 p.m. The walk starts at 4:15. They will meet at 440 Harcourt Avenue, which is the City of Seaside City Hall area. And then at 5, they will have some guest speakers, as well as resource tabling and student art to display. And then the next event I want to plug is Monterey County's Domestic Violence Coordinating Councils. It will be their Surviving to Thriving Domestic Violence Conference. That will take place Friday, October 21st. It will run from 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. There is a $25 ticket fee. It will be located at Oldermeyer Center in Seaside, 986 Hilby Avenue. There'll be guest speakers, a keynote speaker, resource tabling, and opportunities for networking as well. I'll make sure to pass along the flyer information to the board so that we can get that out to the community. All right, thank you.
Thank you again, Derek. And for anyone who happens to be watching, if you are in a situation that is unsafe for you or your family, please ask for help. You can dial 211 to get connected to local shelters or other resources. But we care about you and your family deserve to be safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Derek, and Wendy also for your great presentation of this. Okay, we have just 2 left, and I'm going to do this one, and then Luis is going to do the next one. So this one is to proclaim the weeks of October 14th to November 18th as the Monterey County Employee Giving Campaign of 2022. I'm very happy to have a couple of people here who are going to be accepting this award, including Sue Chapman and Linda Patrick from United Way. We continue our legacy in Monterey County by sponsoring the Monterey County Employee Giving Campaign, which upholds the values of our county's strategic initiatives. The campaign provides a means to support our community. A pledge is made to promote any and all involvement of Monterey County employees that would like to participate in donating, as well as encourage those who would like to volunteer their efforts to make the campaign successful, and most importantly, to make it fun. Through payroll deductions, one-time donations, and fundraising activities, Monterey County employees can collaborate with 501c3 nonprofit organizations that provide local services and programs to Monterey County residents in furtherance of our Monterey County strategic initiatives. So on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, we proclaim October 14th to November 18th as Employee Giving Campaign. And thank you for your thoughtful and generous employee family. And so here we go. We have a whole real deal award for you. But perhaps you'd like to say a few words rather than I spend all of our efforts just reading the whereases.
I'll stand. So first, I'd like to thank the chair and the supervisors for supporting the employee giving campaign year after year, not only in their support, but the participation in our fundraising events. So we look forward to some active bidding on our auction baskets this year. I would like to take special recognition to my co-chair, Lori Medina, and her assistant, Sandra Silva. They work hand in hand with us in this project. We also have an executive team made up of my admin assistant, Jesus Seja, Melissa Fanning from probation, Gerardo Perez and Eddie Urena from IT, and Patsy Gerard out of the auditor controller, who keeps us in line. We also have a coordinator identified in every department, and they work hand in hand with the executive team and the United Way in our fundraising events. And they take time out of their busy days to assist and make this a successful project. And last but not least, we have Linda Patrick and her assistant, Crystal Lopez, who without them, this campaign would not be a success. And their guidance, their enthusiasm, their loyalty to our county residents is just immeasurable. So from my heart to yours, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And on behalf of United Way Monterey County and all of the participating federations, we really appreciate this campaign. It's a very robust and fun campaign. The campaign theme is giving together for a better future. And how powerful is that? And especially the giving together. And that's what we really want to emphasize this year, is that it takes everybody's help to really make a difference. So we encourage participation. Encourage a lot of fun and bidding. And as we said, the campaign starts the 14th and will conclude November 18th. So you'll be seeing us around. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Linda. And Susan, thank you so much for the leadership that it takes to be able to really organize a campaign like this. I have had the experience of working on these campaigns myself in the past. And I know it really does take everyone giving together to make a difference in our community. And there's so many needs. We've heard a ton of them already today, the needs that exist in our county. So be a part of it. It doesn't take much and it's easy. You don't even feel it because it's coming directly from your paycheck, every paycheck, and it really works out well. So my hope is that all of the employees who are listening to us today will just jump right in and participate with the campaign. So thank you again so much. And maybe we'll have a picture or two. Thank you so much. And now for our final ceremonial resolution. This is a very special one. And I'm sorry that we're not doing this one in person, but that will not take away from its importance. And that is that today we are going to adopt a resolution in honor and recognition of the Indigenous Peoples Day in Monterey County. And we are going to have Supervisor Alejo present this virtually to Tom Little Bear Nason.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is our honor once again here in Monterey County to recognize every October 12th as Indigenous Peoples Day in Monterey County. And I'm going to just read important parts of this resolution before I pass it to one of our respected Indigenous leaders here of Monterey County. The resolution reads, declaring October 12th as Indigenous Peoples Day. It says, the cultural and governmental contributions of Indigenous peoples of Monterey County have shaped the course of the county throughout history. Monterey County Native Americans, including the Ohlone, Cosnoan, Esselen, Rumsian, Salinan, and Amamutsa nations and other Indigenous peoples have contributed and continue to contribute immeasurably to our county history, diversity, economy, and culture by distinguishing themselves as academics, entrepreneurs, professionals, and leaders, to name a few, and have contributed over 13,000 years of cultural, economic, and environmental traditions to the history of the Monterey Bay region. Indigenous Peoples Day is celebrated by tribes and communities across our nation and is a day for educators to teach factual Indigenous history. The County of Monterey recognizes that Indigenous nations lived upon lands since time immemorial and values the progress our society has achieved through contributions of Indigenous peoples in technology, business, law, medicine, education, the arts, and the United States Armed Forces, to name just a few. The County of Monterey understands that to help heal and close the wounds incurred throughout history, government entities should change policies and practices to reflect the experiences of Indigenous peoples and uplift our county's Indigenous roots, history, and contributions. Indigenous Peoples Day was first proposed in 1977 by the delegation of Native nations to the United Nations sponsored International Conference on Discrimination against Indigenous Populations in the Americas. As the County of Monterey joins a growing number of local governments that have recognized Indigenous Peoples Day, creating an opportunity to promote appreciation, tolerance, understanding, friendship among Indigenous peoples and all county residents. Therefore, the Board of Supervisors of the County of Monterey proclaims every October 12th as Indigenous Peoples' Day in Monterey County and encourages all residents to participate in appropriate observances with activities that celebrate and commemorate Indigenous peoples. And it is our honor to have a special guest, Tom Little Bear Nason, who is the tribal chairman and cultural leader of the Esselen tribe of Monterey County and is a 7th generation descendant of the Esselen, in particular, the Big Sur and Carmel Valley areas of our county. Chairman Tom Little Bear Nason has been instrumental in assisting state, federal, and local agencies with wildfire suppression, restoration, and conservation of the lands. He continues working towards the goal of advancing cultural traditions, preserving the cultural heritage of the historic tribes, along with preserving the recognized and unrecognized sacred lands and archaeological sites that are located within Monterey County. So with that, we have Mr. Nason on Zoom with us today, and we're honored to have you, sir, to help us in this celebration of Indigenous Peoples' Day in our county. I'll pass it to you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, God, all supervisors. Thank you, Mr. Alejo. Thank you so much. We are so honored today to be able to yesterday celebrating Indigenous Peoples' Day. We, as Indigenous peoples, are still here in Monterey County, still here in California, still here in America. And we are so honored that over the past decade, we are getting the recognition of Indigenous Peoples' Day. We had sacrificed and suffered for so many generations of our people, but we are still here. We are a proud people. We are proud of our heritage. We are proud to be part of this community, or we are part of being part of this county. We are so honored today to be able to say that we are still doing our traditions, still living on our land, still holding our ceremonies, still counting our people, our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren. We are still here. And for all the Indigenous peoples in Monterey County, we want to thank the Monterey County Board of Supervisors for taking this resolution and making it Indigenous Day, so now forth on October 12th. I also want to say on a personal note that land back is happening as we as a tribe have been given back land of our own in the Big Sur coast that we have been away from for over 250 years. And it's happening around America where Indigenous peoples, tribes are getting their lands back. And that means so much to us to be actually a stakeholder, a landholder. And we're also keepers of the allodial title to the lands of all Monterey County as Indigenous people, which is a sacred undivided trust in the land that can be not bought nor sold nor traded. The allodial title was an important piece of our Constitution as an Indigenous peoples, that we vow to each other that we will take care of it and honor and love the animals, the winged ones, the ones that swim, the ones that fly. So with that, I also want to say deepest gratitude. And on November 1st, it is Native American Heritage Month. So we encourage all of you to take time during the month of November to reach out to your Indigenous communities and join in the celebrations and gatherings we'll be having. And again, thank you all so much for the day. Have a wonderful time. Thank you. Aho.
Thank you, Mr. Nason, and we appreciate your leadership and all you do for Monterey County and helping us educate our younger generations and all Monterey County residents of how important it is to celebrate Indigenous peoples, your history, and that Indigenous peoples are still here in Monterey County. So I appreciate you coming in and making this a special ceremony for us today here at the Board of Supervisors. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo, and thank you so much, Tom. It's wonderful to have you here to be able to take this award, and your words were very touching and very meaningful. We'll make sure that the award gets to you, and with that, we thank you a great deal for the leadership that you provide.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks
you
so
too.
much. Absolutely. Okay. And so we have one more resolution which will not be presented today, but I would like to read it into our record, which is adopting a resolution in honor and recognition of the American Culinary Federation, Monterey Bay Chapter 2022 Chef of the Year, Chef Bert Catino. Thank you.
I think I'll be presenting that Saturday night.
Well, thank you all. That was a very robust ceremonial resolution segment of our meeting today and very exciting. The next item that we have is an appointments. This is item number 4. We have one appointment today, and that is to correct the term expiration date for Eric Cushman to the Monterey County Workforce Development from December 11, 2022 to December 11, 2025. Is there any member of the board that wants to make a comment on this appointment? Any member of the public who wishes to comment on this appointment? Okay, seeing none, could we please have a roll call vote?
Move approval.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Now we'll take the roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. Our next item is our consent calendar. We have items number 24 through 40. Is there any member of the board who wishes to pull an item off our consent calendar for either discussion or question? Supervisor Root Askew.
Thank you. I did just have one question on item number 25, which is an amendment to the Housing Resource Center contract for Prop 47 activities. And it looks like it's a health department question. So I'm not sure if we've got someone available, but what we're doing is we're realigning some funds that were made available for permanent housing services. And we're looking to realign those funds for alternative Prop 47 activities to make sure that we'll be able to fully utilize them. And I was just wondering if there could be comment on what the alternative Prop 47 activities that are being envisioned might be. I know that housing is it has been a priority that we've championed and that we've looked to ensure that we have appropriate funding. So I just wanted to, it sounds like those funds are not needed in that way right now, but I did want to get some clarity about what we anticipate being able to utilize those funds for.
I see our health director, Elsie Jimenez is on.
Hi, good morning. Supervisor Askew, thank you for the question. I do apologize. I don't know how they've been reallocated. I'm happy to go on pause, check the agreement really quickly, and then come back or respond to you directly after.
Okay. Thank you. Didn't mean to put you on the spot, Elsa, but thank you for checking. I'm comfortable approving this, but I would like to maybe get some follow-up information about what the alternative Prop 47 activities envisioned are for this item.
Thank you,
But
Supervisor.
with that, I'll move approval of the consent agenda.
Thank you. Let me see if there are any other members of the board who wish to pull or comment on an item. Supervisor
I'll second the
Lopez,
motion.
Supervisor Phillips, we have a second, and Supervisor Alejo. Okay, let's take it out to the public. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on any item on today's consent calendar? Do we see any hands raised? And there's no one coming forward. With that, we have a motion and a second. Could we please have a roll call vote on the consent calendar?
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. We will now close item 15 and move forward to item 16, which is the general public comments. This is an opportunity for anyone in the public who wishes to make a comment on anything that is not on today's agenda. I'm seeing no one coming forward in chambers. Is there anyone who has their hand raised?
No hands.
I'm not seeing any hands raised, so we will move forward then from item number 16 and move to our very first scheduled item of the day, which is item number 17, and that is to approve the County of Monterey's social media policy and style guide pursuant to the County Information Technology social media usage policy. So I think we are going to have a presentation. I see our wonderful team coming forward. So we will be having a presentation by Nick Pasculi and Maya Carroll.
Thank you, Chair Adams and the board. Appreciate your time today. We are having some technical difficulties with the Wi-Fi in here. Our presentation is not coming up.
Oh, no, the media folks, how could that be?
Yeah, there is a PowerPoint presentation that's in your packet. And I just old school. Try that.
Oh, it's plugged in. Let me see. Oh, I don't remember which one.
Oh, look at this. He even knows old school. That's impressive.
It's bread. Yeah.
Live television, right?
Oh. There it goes.
Okay, well. Okay, so thank you very much for your time today. Start with that. Thank you. So there's a couple of things I wanted to point out in the policy that you received, and I apologize, I'm not sure why this is red. But in any event, so in creating a new standard, what we've implemented, which is different than what already exists in the board policy manual, is a style guide. And it's a style guide that not necessarily has to do with aesthetics, but has to do with some best practices with regard to social media and social media posting and what's important for us to communicate our message to our constituents. It also enhances the existing social media policy in the board policy manual, which is O-70, which was written back in 2014. And as you all know, that a lot have changed in social media world. And so we're updating it to current best practices. It also establishes a directory of all social media platforms in the county. We do have about 30 plus or minus social media platforms that are being utilized by departments throughout the county. So we'll actually have a directory of all those social media platforms, and it will be on the county's website. Currently, there is a social media page on the county website, but not all the county department social media accounts are represented there. And so that will be getting updated over the next several weeks. It also works to streamline account management for social media platforms, and having worked with the department heads, and they have seen this policy ahead of time and had an opportunity to comment, and hopefully we'll be able to streamline the account management so that if an employee does leave who's managing a social media account, that the county and that respective department still has access to that account. And then, of course, there's some network best practices which go by platform. And as I said, the style guide, which includes some best practices. Most importantly, it achieves the strategic initiatives that are set forth by the County Board of Supervisors. And as I said earlier, it does supplement the 2014 policies that are in place. There's a greater emphasis on security, and having worked with the county ITD department, we have established some security protocols for two-factor authentication, which will secure, again, our accounts, hopefully prevent the opportunity for hacking and things of that nature. And then, of course, there's an enhanced emergency communications capabilities built into the policy, which means we'll be able to get out messages to our constituents and stakeholders faster in the event of an emergency, whether it be a public health emergency or a disaster, natural or man-made. And then there'll be the creation of a credentialing vault, which will be safe kept with the county communications team as well as the county IT department. So with that, I wanted to see if you had any questions, comments, or anything we could go back and bring back to you at a later date.
Just real quickly, Nick, is that PowerPoint included with the board materials so the public has the opportunity to see that, because they didn't have the opportunity to see it through the old school mechanism you were using.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, they were. Yeah, good. Okay, so let's see if there are any questions from the board for your presentation. Yes, Supervisor Rudasky.
Thank you. Once again, I'm just so impressed and pleased with all of the work to solidify and formalize the county's communication practices that have been evolving over time. This is a great start. And I do think, though, however, in the draft that we have in front of us, that from a policy perspective, it may be better than, given the rate at which things like best practices change and which the directory of platforms by department are in constant flux, that we could amend the policy so that it is referencing more the fact that this guide shall, provide guidance for all social media accounts, or that the Monterey County Communications Program shall maintain a style guide and maintain a policy or maintain a best practice guide, but maybe not having that articulated in the policy would allow for more flexibility for the department to continually update without having to come back to this board for approval. So I would suggest that in the final document, as it continues to evolve, that we work to take out any of the constantly changing pieces, focus on what we're asking as a policy, the communications team to maintain on a practice basis. I think there are a couple other things in here. I do think it's important that we have the listing of all the accounts and that we have some standardized ways in which new accounts are formed and we have access. So I think a lot of the information is good, but how we draft it up as a policy, I think could use a little more work. I do have some other specific comments, but I'm hoping that maybe I could, rather than going through each of them line by line, take some time after this meeting to send over the suggestions, the feedback that I have that can be incorporated into future drafts.
Thank you, Supervisor Rudaski. Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to comment that for our public, that I think it was long overdue as social media becomes more of an important tool, not only to conduct these meetings, as they're televised on our Facebook site and then also on YouTube. But I think these new tools, I think in a county like ours, it was overdue to have some policies, to have some uniformity for our new communication staff. And I know we had a policy on the press the other day, but I just want the public not to misinterpret kind of why we're incorporating these policies. Right now, there was nothing, and we have our professional, our county professionals now helping us just have policies to help us provide guidance to our employees in our different departments on how we utilize these important tools. But I know in our last conversation about just press, there was a community member who was misinterpreting that somehow it was going to silence supervisors from speaking out. And I that's far from what was intended and far from the truth. I mean, we all as supervisors are elected and we all engage with the press in different ways that are important to issues impacting our districts and the county overall. So I just want to make sure that even this policy doesn't get misinterpreted by anyone, that somehow supervisors are not going to be transparent and also engaging with constituents or on social media or with the press because of some uniformity in policies addressing these tools for our county departments. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, I have a couple of questions, and my second one will go to that. But I wanted to know whether county staff who are authorized to manage social media accounts will get any kind of training or acknowledgement that this policy has been received and understood and that they will abide by it.
That's a great question. Thank you for asking. Maya has started the social media working group before I started here in February, which has been meeting on a fairly regular basis. You want to talk a little bit about that group and what we do?
Sure. We started the social media working group just to pull everyone together so we could talk about our challenges and the work that we do in social media. But with the advent of our new communications director, he's been able to bring in training and really enhance our conversation. So not only are we talking about what worked, what didn't work, what we can do better, we're getting training from outside experts into how we can improve.
Yes, and we do have a meeting scheduled in a couple of weeks to actually go over this in draft form so that they're aware of it. And this was shared with the department heads as well. So training is a big responsibility, and we are going to continue to do that.
Thank you. And then going back to Supervisor Alejo's area of concern, I agree that we want to ensure that there will be complete transparency for the supervisors as far as content goes. But I'm just wondering about the policy itself, whether this will apply to the sheriff's office and to other elected official departments, as well as to the Board of Supervisors.
I'm going to have to defer to Administrator McKee on that.
So what I would say is that the board can approve policies that go across the county, and we hope that everybody in the county utilizes those policies and adheres to those policies as set forth by the board and approved by the Board of Supervisors.
Okay,
So the mandating of a specific elected department head to do certain things there are limitations on that. And, it's something that at some point council might have to opine on. But, as far as there's certain things that the board can set forth as policy of the county, and we would expect everybody to be following those policies.
super, perhaps, again, looking at the training that's going to be available, maybe ensuring that the other departments, or rather than departments, the other electeds have the opportunity to ensure that some member of their staff who deals with especially with the social media elements, will be able to take the training. And I think just knowing what it is that we are asking of people is one step forward as far as being able to make it happen.
Absolutely. I think that's a good idea. I think we also have to recognize that there are some brands essentially that are associated with departments. And although we want some continuity and uniformity in some ways, there are some formats that are kind of recognized as part of different departments.
Good. Thank you.
And if I may, Madam Chair, we have reached out to every department, whether it's an elected department or not. And so we're in communication with them on a fairly regular basis.
Great. Good. Thank you so much. I should have known that because of the excellence that you guys are doing. Let's see if there's any member of the public who wishes to comment on this item today. Everybody must be on vacation. I'm not seeing any hands raised and no one's coming forward. So I'll bring it back to the board for any final comments or concerns. Yes.
Just want to say thank you to Nick and the team. Again, I think comments from the last meeting were misconstrued in the media. It was entertaining to read. But the key here is that our goal is to make the county more transparent, not less so, and to make sure that the message we're sending out is one that is clear rather than muddled. And I appreciate, since you've come on board, we've done a great job of that. And even before that, Maya, we did a great job of that, acknowledging it wasn't a title issue, but I really appreciate the team that you guys have built and the way you've worked together to put us out front. And so I think that last week was a bit of a misstep in the way that it was interpreted, not from the way it was handled. So I just want to say thank you for your continued efforts and look forward to the evolution of these policies as they help us bring information directly to our constituents.
Thank you.
Well said, Chris. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Well said. And with that, I think the recommendation here on the agenda is to approve the policy. I'm going to suggest that we make a motion to support the continued work on this policy as a draft, incorporating additional feedback from the department heads, as well as the board and other feedback that you collect, with the expectation that we'll dial it in and bring it back for a future approval.
Do you want to have a date certain on when we'll have that brought back?
I trust that they are moving aggressively, so I'm not feeling the need to put a date certain on that. I trust that we'll see this back again very soon. So that'll be my motion, that we vote to direct staff to continue working on this and soliciting feedback from the affected stakeholders.
I'm happy to second that motion. Good. And I do have one final question. Have you decided on a house font yet?
We are getting very, very close, I can assure you.
I don't remember having a poll.
We're getting close.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Can we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Leho?
Aye. Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams?
Aye. Great. Thank you again so much. Your work is really appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Yes, and with that, we are going to recess to lunch and we will reconvene the Board of Supervisors at 1:30 today. Thank you very much.
Mic number 1. Testing mic 4.
He's not ready for me yet.
Try it again. I just turned it on.
Podium mic check.
Mic number 5.
Clerk's mic.
Mic number 6.
Staff mic 1. Staff mic 2.
Mic number 7.
Wireless mic 1.
Mic number 8. Mic number 10.
Microphone number 11.
Mic number 12.
And wireless mic 2.
So here we are. Ready? Good afternoon, everyone. It is my duty, responsibility, and honor to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors for today, Tuesday, October 11th, 2022. We have a roll call, please.
Good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Phillips, and Lopez appearing in person, with Supervisor Root Askew joining us shortly, and Supervisor Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you. And could we please have our announcement from our Spanish interpreter?
Is it on, Diego?
Thank you, Mr. Celis.
Is it on during the- I know you're colorblind, but it's. You have to have them agree. You want to do it again?
Technical difficulty here, but I think we've got it straightened out. And we will now go into our first afternoon scheduled matter, which is item number 18, which is to conduct a public hearing to consider an appeal of the August 24th, 2022 Planning Commission decision approving a 3-year extension of the expiration of the Domain Corporation Farini Ranch subdivision development permit and vesting tentative map.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Kenny Taylor, Associate Planner for agenda item number 18 for Farini Ranch Project, PLN 210167. The project is a vesting tentative map previously approved under combined development permit and vesting tentative map, creating 185 residential lots in a subdivision on an 870-acre parcel. The project is located south of Highway 68 between River Road and San Benicio Road within the Toro area. On December 16, 2014, the Board of Supervisors approved a combined development permit consisting of a vesting tentative map. A lawsuit was filed to the Board of Supervisors, granted a stay on the map expiration date. The litigation on the project was resolved on October 17, 2019, and 2 years remain on the map expiration date to finalize the vesting tentative map. A state statutory extension was passed, granting an automatic 18-month extension, which extended the expiration date till March 17, 2023. A written request from the agent was submitted to staff requesting a 6-year extension to the vesting tentative map. On August 24, 2022, the Planning Commission approved the extension for a total of 3 years with the new expiration date, March 17, 2026. An appeal was filed by the applicant on August 27, 2022, requesting the Board of Supervisors to approve a 6-year extension to the expiration of the map rather than a 3-year granted by the Planning Commission. The applicant is requesting additional time due to COVID-19 pandemic and the complexity to comply with the conditions of approval prior to filing the final map.
Granting an extension on the vesting tentative map is a discretionary act under Government Code Section 664.52.6E that allows the Planning Commission to consider a reasonable amount of time to comply with the tentative map conditions prior to filing the map. In accordance to Subdivision Map Act Section 664.98.1 allows a local agency to condition or deny an extension to a vesting tentative map if the following findings are made. The proposed project will place residents of the subdivision or the surrounding community in immediate health or safety liability, or the proposed vesting tentative map does not comply with state or federal law. Staff does not believe such conditions exist in this case. Therefore, request recommending approval of the map extension. The applicant can apply for additional extension prior to the expiration date of March 17, 2026. Deadline extending the project for additional 3 years to March 17, 2029. Staff recommends the Board of Supervisors certify the previously adopted environmental impact report, which is considered no environmental review required, and exercise the following options. Deny the appeal of the Planning Commission's decision approving the 3-year extension for the Farine Ranch subdivision. If the Board of Supervisors grant an appeal, an alternative resolution has been provided to extend the expiration date to a maximum of 6 years. That concludes my presentation. Staff is available to answer any additional questions.
Thank you for your presentation. I think this is the first time we've seen you here, isn't it?
Yes,
Congratulations. You did just fine.
thank you.
So let's see if we have any comments from staff, excuse me, from the Board of Supervisors,
Yes.
Supervisor Phillips.
This is a de novo hearing, correct?
That's correct.
And the recommendation is 3 years, not 6 years?
That is correct.
Initially, when you went before the Planning Commission, were you recommending 6 years?
Yes.
What's the difference now?
The Planning Commission provided some guidance on what they believed would be appropriate amount of time for the extension. We believe that the Planning Commission's reasoning for the 3-year extension was valid, and so we've used their recommendation to bring forward to the board, but we've prepared an alternate resolution if the board chooses 3 or 6 years. It really boils down to whether or not the applicant needs to go through another round of review if they're not complete within the 3-year.
Okay.
time.
But the matter could have been brought directly to us and not the Planning Commission, correct?
Yeah, potentially it has. We've done that in the past. There is a combined development permit and vesting tentative map. The combined development permits allow us to bring extensions back to the hearing body that approved the project, which the board did on this, in this case, on appeal. Vesting tentative maps can be extended by the Planning Commission under our subdivision ordinance regulations. So we bring mostly tentative map extensions to the Planning Commission with the ability to appeal their decision to the board.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Lopez, any questions, comments? Supervisor Radascu, any questions or comments? Supervisor Alejo, any questions or comments?
None, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll take it to the public. And I see the public standing above.
Afternoon, Chair Adams, members of the board, Anthony Lombardo, on behalf of the applicant and appellant. Just to briefly comment on Mr. Spencer's statement, this is an extension of, the application is an extension for the entire combined development permit, not just the tentative map. So I agree with him that should have been brought to the Board of Supervisors because the Board of Supervisors is the acting authority or the appropriate agency that approved the combined development permit. But that's somewhat academic now, other than the expense of filing the appeal. Be that as it may, the application was approved by the Board of Supervisors in 2014. We had roughly 4 or 5 years of litigation to challenge the approval, which ultimately the project was upheld by the trial court and the Court of Appeals as the county having acted appropriately. So we have since that time been engaged in a number of discussions with individuals interested in developing the property. And there has been serious interest by conservation organizations in acquiring the property, including the Monterey County Ag and Historic Land Trust, the Trust for Public Land, and the Big Sur Land Trust. Thus far, those organizations have been unable to acquire the necessary funding, but as I understand it, I haven't spoken directly with them, are still very interested in trying to work on this. The practical difficulty is with only 3-year extension, because of the amount of time it takes to clear this number of conditions, which in this case include obtaining a encroachment permit from Caltrans and building a new 4-way intersection on Highway 68. That effort would have to begin immediately. And if that effort begins immediately, it means there's going to be a lot of money spent with consultants and engineers and lawyers to comply with these 138 conditions, which will probably take us at least all of the 3 years for this extension. Approving the 6-year extension that was requested and was recommended by the staff gives us some breathing space to be able to continue to talk to these interested buyers, and in particular, the conservation organizations who are actively pursuing funding to acquire the property without having to initiate the process of completing the tentative map or complying with the tentative map conditions and spending the money associated with that, which will only ultimately ends up increasing the cost of the property acquisition. So the decision of the Planning Commission was an interesting one because the only logic that they provided for their decision, or the person who made the motion provided for the motion, was that economics shouldn't enter into a decision on how long of an extension to grant on a requested tentative map. That logic escapes me completely because, of course, the state of California, as you may recall, we had a little economic upheaval about 15 years ago, and the state of California granted 5, I believe is in total, automatic extensions to every tentative map in the state of California that was approved at that time for that very reason, for economics. So the rationale of saying that we shouldn't consider economics in granting an extension, I don't think is a correct statement to add, or a correct reason, or a reason to ignore the request for an extension. So that's why we requested that the board, or the original 6-year extension. Honestly, we'd pretty much have to apply for another extension almost immediately, which is not an inexpensive endeavor, again, adding costs to the project. So we're respectfully requesting that what we applied for originally, which was 6 years, what the staff recommended originally, which was 6 years, be granted to us so that we can continue this dialogue with the interested persons who are interested in acquiring the property, and put the expenditure of more monies on hold pending the outcome of those discussions. So I'm here to answer any questions about anything that I think this application was filed about almost 20 years ago. So it's been around a long time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardo. I'll bring it back and ask the board if there are any further questions, comments. Yes.
I do have a few. Thank you for the staff presentation. Thank you, Mr. Lombardo. So in the event that a 3-year extension is granted and the progress is not made after that 3-year period, what happens to the decision? What happens to the developer?
The developer would be allowed to apply for an additional extension granting another 3 years. So that will be the final extension, and that date would expire for the map March 17th, 2029.
And at the point in time when the extension for the map expires, if they wanted to move forward, they would need to start over again. Is that accurate?
Yes. So the 3-year extension would extend the approval to 2026. A 6-year extension would approve it to extend it to 2029. If they haven't complied with all their conditions by March 2026, they could apply for another extension. That would go through similar review process, and a decision on that extension would be made at that time. That's really the issue before the board, is 3 years as the planning commission has approved, or 6 years as the applicant is requesting.
Okay. And has there been any progress yet? I mean, I think this one had 138 conditions of approval. Has any progress been made on those conditions of approval?
Very little progress has been made to comply with those conditions at this time.
As Mr. Lombardo mentioned, there was a lawsuit until 2019. There were negotiations with Ag Land Trust to purchase the property that fell through. So only some of the preliminary recording documents have been done, and most of the 138 conditions still remain to be complied with.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Phillips, Supervisor Lopez. The only thing I'm struggling with, I'm really disappointed that this whole project wasn't able to move forward with the Ag Land Trust, et cetera, as a community supported solution. And I just feel that what I want to make sure I'm not misunderstanding here is that if we give it 6 years, then the landowner and Ag Land Trust and Big Sur Land Trust, et cetera, would have more of an opportunity to revisit their ability to craft a working solution. If we gave 6 years, that would give more time for a quote community solution to come forward. What would stop that from happening if we were to go with the 3 years? What would happen? Why wouldn't that be just as good, only just a little bit shorter period of time?
Yeah, I think the applicant is asking for additional time so that they can build into their timelines the ability to negotiate with potential buyers of the property, including nonprofit organizations that would extinguish the residential development potential that was granted under the approval of the vesting tentative map. And so really what we're talking about is 3 years. If in 3 years they don't apply for another extension, the map expires and they can't build without going through another process from the beginning, essentially. If they extended another 3, if the planning commission or board, if they apply for an extension and it's granted, it could be extended up to 6 years. That's the maximum allowed under state law. So they're asking now for the entire 6 years so that they can have that amount of time to comply with all the conditions, if that's the direction they end up going, or to coordinate with buyers of the property without having to satisfy the conditions immediately, as the applicant / appellant has stated.
So if nothing happened for 6 years, if we say, okay, let's do 6 years and nothing happened at the point of that 6-year end, they can't do anything. It's all over. They have to go through another EIR, et cetera. So it's either they would have to do that in 3 years or 6 years.
Yeah, so they would have to
Put houses on that property.
They have to file a final map after the approval of a tentative map. they comply with the conditions and file a final map that actually creates the lots that can then be sold separately. If the final map isn't filed by the expiration date, the permit expires, and then they would have to get another one if they wanted to pursue getting approval of those lots again at some point in the future. Would open up new environmental review and permitting.
And that's what would happen if we go for 3 years. It would happen in 3 years as opposed to having it happen in 6 years.
Yes, if you granted 3 years, it would expire 3 years from March. There is the ability to request another extension because state law allows up to 6 years.
Right, totally get that part, yeah.
So
And-
they, if you grant the entire 6 years, it would be done at this point.
But they are not compelled to start doing the mitigating steps. If we say 3 years, they don't have to start doing things. They can just sit on the property until, 2.5 years passes, right? While they work to try to come up with an agreement with, a public nonprofit organization. Yeah.
I think from where I sit, the 6 years makes sense. And the reason is the very issue you're talking about. If I'm only given 3 years and I'm a developer, I'm going to run the programs concurrently, meaning I'm going to have the negotiations with whatever land trust might be interested, but I'm going to also start working on my plans and development and everything else. That costs money. That cost will be put back onto the trust if they want to buy it. It's additional cost that will be then put onto those public or quasi-public nonprofit agencies. Whereas if we give them 6 years, they have that front span to decide, is this the path we're going in? Does it make sense without doing that concurrent work, which becomes additional cost for those public groups that I understand there's some support for those groups to take it over. So for me, the longer span makes sense so that they're not accruing additional costs and making sure that in 3 years they're done with it one way or the other, because that will be a significant amount of money put onto the cost in the trade with whatever land trust might happen and come forward.
I thought that's where we were going. I thought that's what it was. Thank you for that, though. Wendy, anything else?
Yeah, I would just say alternatively, right, the reality is that these 138 conditions are going to be incredibly difficult to comply with. And the timeline by which we allow a developer to just sit on property and land bank that is also something to be considered. And so if the intent of the developer is to work with conservation organizations to transfer ownership of this property in some way, the sooner that can happen, I think resolves this as an issue for the community. So you're not wrong, Supervisor Lopez, but I also want there is an alternative perspective that I think that the Planning Commission made clear in their deliberations that 3 years was an appropriate extension to be made at this point in time, which is supported today, as of today, by our planning staff, given the conversation and dialogue and deliberations that took place by the board that we appoint to study and deliberate on those issues.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Rude ask you. Supervisor Alejo, do you have any comments to make or questions?
I think I'm comfortable with the 6 years and certainly encouraging parties to move expeditiously. I know they have to gain funding sources, at least for the conservation group, but I would just express them moving forward with those efforts, and rather than having things be delayed unnecessarily. But I'm comfortable with the 6-year term.
Thank you. Any other further comments? Look for
I-
a motion.
I disagree with the comments that made by the one particular planning commissioner that pushed this. So I can see no good reason not to grant the 6-year extension. I would move to that effect.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. If we could please have a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew,
I can count to 3, so I'll say aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
I can count to 3, so I'm going to say no. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so let's continue on then. And our next item is item number 19, which is continue from September 13th, which is a public hearing to consider an appeal by the Open Monterey project from the June 29th Planning Commission decision approving a combined development permit for the Highway 156 and Castroville Boulevard International Interchange Safety Improvement Project. Excuse me, it's a mouthful. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development, presenting today the Caltrans State Route 156 Castroville Boulevard Interchange Project appeal. The project would relocate the Castroville Boulevard interchange on Highway 156 to the east and include 3 new roundabouts with frontage roads that would eliminate the direct encroachment onto the highway. And it is intended to be a safety improvement project that is part of the overall Highway 156 corridor plan studied by Caltrans and TAMC. The Planning Commission reviewed this matter and approved the coastal development permit to allow the project. And in doing that, they found it consistent with the existing North County land use plan, despite some suggestions by the Coastal Commission staff that local coastal program amendment was required, or we use the term LCP, but it's the land use plan for North Monterey County coastal area, or LUP. An appeal was filed by the Open Monterey project of the Planning Commission's decision, and it reiterated a lot of the comments about requiring the project requiring a land use plan amendment because of impacts to agricultural lands and biological resources. It also brought up some issues about CEQA compliance and the lack of clarity in an agricultural mitigation measure or condition that the Planning Commission approved. So we've been in discussions with the Coastal Commission staff and Caltrans, the applicant. Caltrans has agreed to pursue a local coastal program amendment as the most expeditious way of getting a permit that is not appealed and held up at the Coastal Commission level. So we're recommending that the Board of Supervisors remand this project back to the Planning Commission to modify their resolution. That would include consideration by the Planning Commission of a land use plan amendment that we've been negotiating with the Coastal Commission staff. That's required process for review and consideration of a land use plan amendment is a Planning Commission recommendation before it would return to the board with the local coastal program amendment and the project. At the same time, the Planning Commission could review some alternative language for the agricultural mitigation, and that would resolve many of the issues in the resolution. So our recommendation is to remand the project back to the Planning Commission to modify the order of the project. That concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very
If
much.
I could just add to
Yes.
Mr. Spencer's presentation, Eric Lundquist, Housing and Community Development Director. We did prepare an errata that is in front of you all today and is available for the public should it like to see a copy. But within that errata memo, towards the end is a sample motion should the board agree with staff's recommendation. Thank you.
We're all frantically looking for our errata memo. Oh, great. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. I'll go to my colleagues and see if there's any question activity.
I don't have a question. Is the appellant gonna?
They're not here physically, but I don't know if they're on Zoom or not. Is that your question?
Supervisor Phillips, I'm looking at the attendee list. I do not see the appellant's name listed specifically unless there's another name for which the appellant is under.
Okay. Yeah, I from my point, I think this is a wise recommendation. I know we're stepping in harm's way if we keep moving forward without addressing the concerns of the coastal staff, coastal commission. And I know you've been working with them as well as Caltrans and things. So I think this is a wise way to work in conjunction with them and send it back to the planning commission to take it from there and then bring it back to us. Time is of the essence, as we all know, because we're set to lose a big chunk of money, state money, that we'll have to fund it locally that not needed. So I think your suggestion is a wise one.
Thank you. Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Rudascu.
Just want to say that I really appreciate the staff work on this and treating this with the significance that it holds to our regional transportation system. So just thank you for all of the work.
Thank you. And I would say that I completely agree. I think the county staff working with the Coastal Commission, really, rather than having to go through a lengthy appeal to the Coastal Commission, really makes a lot of sense. So I'm very, really think this is a critically needed project rather, and it's hopefully we'll be able to get this through swiftly so the project doesn't experience any further delays. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I agree with all my colleagues, and this project is one that has been talked about for a very long time. It's been in the planning a long time. It was part of Measure X. It was part of special legislation by Bill Monning. And it's an important project for the Castroville community, something that they wanted to see for a long time, something that would help advance some of the other projects moving in that community, including affordable housing. And I think it's incumbent for us to keep it moving on the expeditious route rather than delaying. And we know that these projects, especially when legal issues are raised or concerns are raised, that we make sure we address those early on in the administrative process. Otherwise, we unduly create grounds for delay and legal action later. So if there's a way to do that now, I think it's important to do that because this project is so important for a lot of reasons. And I think sending this back to the Planning Commission to address those additional issues is the wise way to go on this.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo.
Can I just add something? He brings up a good point. I mean, when I was first elected 8 years ago, it was a group on the peninsula that was pointing out we got to do something about the 156 interchange. It's the biggest part we can tackle on that. And Julie Packard called me in when I met with her, and that was her big thing, is the 156 interchange. And I see it, cars backed up there in the mornings when we're trying to get the kids to school, because most of our kids go by bus or school. And then every evening from during the week, not the weekends, every weekend, we're at 3:45, you're backed up for a mile and a half, getting to 156. And it's so I've talked with staff, and if we really have to go and fight this, I want us to put a drone up so they see us just what we deal with every day, not even talking about on weekends. And it's so crowded now that traffic on weekends are taking our side roads, especially Castroville Boulevard coming in, and it's further impacting the problem. So this is critical that we move forward. And I got to say, staff has really been working hard. We had some discussions with the head of the Coastal Commission trying to get a breakthrough back and before we started a different direction. So I really appreciate the staff, and I'd be happy to make the motion at the proper time.
I think that proper time may be now.
And I move that this board modify the Planning Commission Resolution number 22-013 and remand the matter back to the Planning Commission to obtain a recommendation on the requested North County Land Use Plan and the North County Coastal Implementation Plan modifications and Agricultural Mitigation Plan condition modification subject to Ms. Donlan's additions.
Actually, I think she's probably going to say what I was about to say, which is I want to take it out to the public.
I'll second the motion though.
Okay.
And one other comment, we had as staff discussed potential dates associated with the motion. So I wanted to bring that up. If you specifically want to remand this back to the Planning Commission on November 9th, I believe, and then we could get back to the board hopefully on December 6th after discussing the item with the Planning Commission and receiving a recommendation.
So you're requesting that would be your suggestion that our motion include it on the Planning Commission November 9th and back here on December
6th. I think that would assist in continuing to keep the ball rolling.
Okay, subject, make those. You good with that, Luis?
Well, while he's thinking, we'll take it out to the public for comment. And I see we have no one in the chambers, but we do have one hand raised, and that is Margie Kay. If you'd like to unmute yourself and make your comments.
Thank you. Yeah, this is Margie Kay, and I use that area often to access, especially Highway 1 going south. My question is process. Would this be a general plan amendment, or is it just an CIP? What exactly is going to be done on process is this on this? If it's an amendment, general plan amendment, my other question would be, I don't think there has been since the 2010 general plan was adopted, and the amendments were clearly laid out on how many a year and all that. I know they could be grouped together if there were several. So I'm just asking, is this a general plan amendment? If it is, would it be the first one ever done? And of course, we are still operating under the 1982 certified LUP. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kay. Do you have an answer to that?
Yeah, I can answer that. We've been discussing with the Coastal Commission a land use plan and coastal implementation plan amendment. So both. And that would go as one application for an amendment to our local coastal program, which is made up of 4 land use plans and their implementation plans. So it would be the same process. Just one is an implementing zoning level regulation, and the other is a specific reference to this project in the land use plan. There have been other amendments to the land use plan. In fact, there was an amendment for the Salinas Road interchange project, which is very similar in nature to this project. And that was specifically in the implementation plan. So there isn't a conflict with the land use plan policy that has been identified, but in our negotiations thus far with Coastal Commission staff, we will be likely pursuing a land use plan policy along with the implementing regulations that have the specifics of how we're going to carry out that policy for this project.
Thank you for that additional explanation. Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. And I'm not seeing any other hands raised, so we will take it out for a vote. Please, if we could have a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. That motion passes with a great deal of thanks to staff for pursuing this relentlessly. Thank you. Okay, and now we will go to other board matters, and I will turn to our County Administrative Officer for his comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No comments this week.
Thank you for that. How about any referrals?
And no new referrals this week.
Okay, how about that? How about any referral responses?
We have one referral response, and it's a referral response to a request to or direction to the health department to partner with the K through 12 school system to increase the rate of vaccination among residents ages 5 to 11 years in communities disproportionately affected, excuse me, by COVID-19. And I believe we have on the Zoom here, Christy Mishi, who is our Assistant Director of Public Health. And I also saw Dr. Ed Moreno, our Director of Public Health and Health Officer. I think Christy might be taking the lead.
Good afternoon. Yeah, no problem. Good afternoon. Thank you, Charles. Good afternoon, board members. Ed Moreno, Health Officer and Director of Public Health. This referral directed the Health Department to partner with the K through 12 school system to increase the rate of vaccination among residents aged 5 to 11 in communities disproportionately affected by COVID-19. And today's information updates the Health Department's prior responses to this board referral, which were provided to the board on January 11th, 2022 and June 21st, 2022. Now, immunizations still remain one of the most important strategies available to prevent hospitalizations and death due to COVID-19. And the Health Department continues to collaborate with a variety of stakeholders, including schools, community-based organizations, faith-based organizations, pharmacies, city governments, hospitals, and healthcare clinics to increase COVID-19 vaccination rates here in Monterey County. So again, thank you. And at this point, Krista Michi, our Assistant Director of Public Health, will continue the department update.
Good afternoon, Chair and board members. As of May 29, 2022, the Health Department's Public Health Bureau has organized and implemented 344 COVID vaccination clinics and is administering over 51,000 doses of COVID vaccine to our community members. Schools remain an important distribution points for vaccinations. Of the 344 public health hosted immunization clinics, 61 were hosted at schools, not including an additional 59 that were conducted at sites that were directly adjacent to a school campus. Public Health vaccinates everyone 6 months and older during these immunization clinics, and our Clinic Services Bureau vaccinate children 6 months of age and older by offering COVID-19 vaccine at routine pediatric visits. Your Public Health and Clinic Service Bureaus are leaders in providing COVID-19 vaccination services to the community. Among all local COVID-19 vaccine service providers, the Public Health Bureau ranks first in immunizing children 5 to 11 years of age and ties with CVS Pharmacy for first in immunizing children 12 to 17 years of age. Clinic Services rank second in both of these age groups. Health equity remains one of the Health Department's top priorities. 96% of COVID-19 immunization clinics hosted by the Public Health Bureau to date have been located at venues within Healthy Places Index quartile 1 and 2 communities, which represent communities ranked lowest for a variety of predicted health outcomes. Vaccination rates among school children living in HPI quartiles 1 and 2 communities in Monterey County meet or exceed the statewide vaccination rates for HPI quartiles 1 and 2. We continue to receive positive feedback about immunization clinics from members of the community, our host partner sites, and community leaders. Comments include that our clinics are well organized and that staff are friendly and competent. The Health Department will continue to review existing vaccination strategies and determine if vaccination strategies should be modified. The department will monitor changes in vaccination policy at the federal level, including potential privatization of vaccination services. Though there continues to be a shortage of qualified vaccinators and dwindling of host sites and volunteer availability, the Public Health Bureau will host dual influenza and COVID-19 vaccination clinics with our community partners at community-based locations in Monterey County throughout October and November of this year. And this concludes our update for today.
Thank you, Ms. Michi, or Dr. Michi, I should say. Thank you for that. Do we have any comments or questions from the board? What's your questions?
Yeah, thank you. It's incredible to me when I look at the data that tells us that our vaccination rates for our children in Monterey County exceed the rates, the California average. And Christy, thank you for everything that you've done as a champion for our families and our children. I know that the VITA team, the school districts, the County Office of Education, we're all critical in moving this along. I recognize that we still have a limited pool of folks who are able to vaccinate our youngest residents. And I did recently just have some questions. I was tagged on, there's, all the Facebook mom groups, but it is still difficult for families with the children 6 months to age 2 to know where to go to get vaccinated, since not all pediatricians are offering that for the infants. So I do think, our work will continue as we make sure that parents are able to find the information when they need it, when they're looking. But really just impressed by everything that we've been able to achieve in Monterey County to get our vaccination rates at all age groups up above that statewide average. So mostly just a big thank you to everyone who's worked so hard to keep our kiddos safe.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Root Askew. Okay, let's see if there's any member of the public who would like to comment on this. I'm seeing no one in chambers, and I'm not seeing any hands raised. Okay, so I don't think that we need to make a motion on these. But I do think that,
yeah, that is correct, unless you wanted to give direction that is different than what the activities that are going on currently.
but so I think we'll just receive the report with a great deal of thanks to staff for working on this and bringing us to the place where we are. Okay, thank you. With that, I'm going to move forward with board comments, and I will, this time I'm going to start by number, and I will go to Supervisor Alejo. Are you out there?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I thought I didn't think I was going to be called first.
Surprise, surprise, huh? Thought I better
Surprise,
take better
surprise.
care of you today.
There was a numerous events this last week, but I won't go into all of those. I know they'll be mentioned by my colleagues, but I did want to just mention a future honoring we will hopefully do later this month. And that was for Shasheen Cruz Littlefeather. She's a Native American activist. We were trying to set an honoring with her family today because she passed away a few weeks ago, but she was widely known in the Native American community and in Hollywood for being asked by the late Marlon Brando to speak for him when he denied the Best Actor award, or he turned down the Best Actor award for The Godfather in 1973. What many residents didn't know is that she was born right here in Salinas and that she attended North Salinas High School, attended Hartnell College, and before going to college at CSU East Bay, or Hayward back then, and then pursuing acting and a career, and later became an activist. But we hope that either next week or the following week that Salinas and Monterey County could give her a homecoming, even if it's posthumously, not only in that moment of time in cinema history, but her lifetime of activism and everything else she did in her career. I don't think she was ever given that kind of honoring when she was alive, but she is our native daughter in the truest sense of the word. And we hope that with the help of our county leader, Rosemary Soto, who originally posted this, that we could give her a proper honoring posthumously. And I know Rosemary is trying to arrange for hopefully a family member to receive that honoring on Shasheen Cruz's Littlefeather's behalf. That's all I want to mention. So that's in the works, and certainly with the support, ask for the support of my colleagues when that comes up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor. Next, we'll go to District 2.
Yeah, and as I was telling some of my colleagues, I didn't know her at the time. Her mother was a good friend of mine. She was our saddle maker, and redid my saddle and did the saddle for my daughter. And they had the little saddle shop in Santa Rita, and she's quite a character. And I remember she always had a picture of her daughter up there. So I'll talk about that a little bit when we do that. Last week, I was fortunate to attend the Community Foundation event where they recognized Bruce and Linda Taylor for all they've done in the community. And Bruce got up there and talked about not about what he had done, but all the things they wanted to do to see our education level brought up all around and everything else. This Saturday, Patty and I will attend the YOSAL. We've been invited to be a guest at Joanne Taylor Johnson, who's was the founding person of YOSAL. That's on Saturday. Sunday, we'll attend the Chef of the Year event for the and where I can present that resolution that we did for Bert Catino. And then I have some friends coming in town for a high school reunion, but these people were in education, and we're spending a couple days together. And they were the people that, since they had been in education, helped me set up the educational component at Rancho Cielo, and they want to come and see what it's become. And then I'll mention again next week, but Thursday, October 27th, we're having a grand recognition of the fire truck that the county was able to help fund or did fund for the North County Fire. And we're going to show that off. And the county has redone the streets all around the main section of Castroville. And we want to show those off a little bit. They were in pretty bad shape. And the county did a great job of getting the sidewalks put in and the streets. And we want to show it off a little bit. So we're going to do that from 4 to 6 on October 27th. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to District 3.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Keeping with the theme of showing off, last Friday we had the opportunity to host Nobel laureate James Heckman, Dr. Heckman, out in Monterey through First Five, and he gave a great lecture with some challenging word choices, but at the end really helped bring home the need for early childhood investments in our communities and how the data shows that that's the way we change lives. And so I just want to thank him and everybody who had a hand in bringing him to Monterey County once again to share his research. I think it's critical that we continue to focus on fixing problems before they become large problems. And that's by investing early, whether it's in roads or lives. It's always been the answer to address it early. And so I think that that is true for the children in our community, especially 0 to 5. I also want to share that we had a couple great listening sessions last week in Soledad and King City. This week we don't have one, but next Monday we will in Chular. And I know that there'll be quite a bit of interest from folks about road safety, specifically on 101 between Chular and Salinas. So I invite the public out to join us for that evening at the elementary school in Chular. And just want to let the community know in King City that we're watching all the traffic issues there as well in collaboration with Caltrans and the Assembly Member's Office. Assemblymember Rivas and Mayor Labar, we've been closely monitoring that traffic situation with all the on-ramp, off-ramp closures and openings. It's a very dangerous situation. So if anybody is going through there, even this weekend, please drive slowly. There are people who are being directed to cross the highway at grade again, and that is the only way to exit. And that is an extremely challenging way to do so. So that means we have cars that are stopping on the highway as well as cars making a left. It is a one lane that's happening off of, extremely dangerous. So please be aware, be cautious as you go through King City. And lastly, just wanted to share that this week we're also going, well, I'll leave that to Luis. I won't step on those toes there. I know that that's something that's coming up there, but to wrap up my comments, just want to continue to remind folks that October 26th is the big day for Ciclovia in San Lucas. We're officially calling it that for fun. So come down, join us. There will be sort of a trick or treat theme being that close to Halloween. So we have about 10 agencies now confirmed who will be tabling that day. And we've got bags for all the kids, and we'll be raffling off a couple bikes. The street will be closed thanks to Randy Ishii and his team to make those brand new streets available for the community to use safely that day. So come out and join us October 26th in San Lucas. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Rescue.
I think, Chris, I was carrying Quinn as an infant when we had Heckman come back the first time. I remember carrying this baby around with me everywhere I went. Anyway, I'm glad you were all able to be there to hear him again, and hopefully it was as inspiring and invigorating, and reminds folks to get out there and vote as your ballots arrive. I had the honor of attending the Grand Diwali celebration with the Hindu Temple of Monterey Peninsula at Seaside's Oldemeyer Center on Saturday night. So much fun, music, food, laughter, just a really fabulous evening. And then on Sunday, or I guess it was also Saturday, the Women's March for Monterey Bay was out at Windows on the Bay, and we had the opportunity to be present, and I brought my son with me, and we passed out some COVID tests for folks. There was a contingent of folks from Ukraine as well as from Iran who were present to also join forces in support of human rights. We have a town hall coming up in Seaside on Wednesday, tomorrow evening at 5:30 at the Super Fields Super Hall in Seaside. Everyone's welcome to join us. We'll be doing some listening. I'll share a little bit about what I've been working on, but really mostly I want to hear from community. And then on October 15th, which is this coming Saturday, we invite everyone out to Salinas Pride celebrations from noon to 4 p.m. And I believe some of my colleagues are planning to be there and speak at that event as well. So big thank you for everyone who's working so hard to make our community welcoming and safe for everyone. And then another shout out to Public Works and the team. We have the parking lot, informal parking lot at the Jerry Smith corridor under some renovations this week. And as a going back over the years as a mom who's been there and unloaded the car with kids and dogs and strollers and bikes, I'm really excited about the safety improvements that that's going to offer for folks who want to access the Fort Ord National Monument. And just a huge shout out of appreciation to the County Public Works team for and roads team for funding and making sure that we're making that public outdoor recreation possible in a way that's safe for everyone. So those are my comments today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This coming weekend is the second and final weekend of the annual Monterey County Artists Studio Tour put on by the nonprofit organization called Arts Habitat. It's a great opportunity to see some of our talented local artists working in their studios. It's really very interesting to get to do that, visit them. On Saturday, I look forward to the dedication of 2 bas-reliefs and 1 sculpture by Will Petty and Carol Matranga Courtney in the Jeffers Plaza of the Monterey Conference Center. And these are the first time that we have public art in our area honoring the poet Robinson Jeffers. So this is a wonderful opportunity again to celebrate the arts in our community. I'm also looking forward to the annual Carmel Valley Association picnic this coming Sunday. So more information is available on all of those things if you check out the new arts section of the Monterey County Weekly. So thank you very much.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I forgot to, if I could just quickly say, this Friday is my birthday. And so I'm gonna take a little grace here and say for my birthday, I'll be spending it at MBEP State of the Region. And I know we missed that in our comments, so we want to welcome folks to join us that afternoon out at CSUMB. There will be some great panels, including housing, homelessness, and broadband, which I'll be taking part in. So welcome folks to join us for that. And the other one was, and I failed to realize that Supervisor Alejo had already spoken. I want to thank him for bringing the CSAC executive team. They're here this week doing their work here in Monterey County. So we want to give a big welcome to our colleagues from throughout the state who will be spending part of their week in Monterey doing their business here and supporting our local economy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for, especially for mentioning the MBEP conference on Friday. Missed that. Yes.
And I saw Supervisor Alejo did have his hand up, so maybe that was his comment. So you may have stolen it. His hand went down.
Okay.
No, it was just it was a CSAC event because we do have the executive committee having a retreat in Monterey County, and that was the president of CSAC, Ed Valenzuela from Siskiyou County, wanted to bring it to Monterey County. So just wanted to give him a shout out, and we appreciate them wanting to bring other supervisors to our county for planning for the CSAC plan for next year. Thank you.
And we welcome them all. Okay, let me just check to see if we have any readout from closed session items for first the Board of Supervisors.
We have no readout for the Board of Supervisors from closed session.
And thank you. Could you tell me if we have any readout from the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency?
And no readout. No readout. No readout for the Water Resources Agency. Sorry.
Thank you very much. With that, I'm happy to say that we are adjourned.